Hello, hi, welcome in everybody. How's everyone doing? It's Monday. It's Monday. Welcome in, guys. I can't scroll my chat when I have this game up, which is very annoying. But I saw Tori, I think got first. Marbs got second, I think. And then I saw Wolfie. I saw Nikki. I saw Horseman. Is that it? I think that's everybody. Hello. Welcome in, guys. How's the day? Hi, DJ. So I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. When I let Jack out and when I let him back in, we let like a fly or a gnat or a mosquito or something. Some fucking big ass fly in here. So if you see me like just swat randomly, that's what it is. What are we doing? So do we have to get back on our... So we get back on our ship, I guess. September will be warmer than August. Oof. It was pretty hot today too. It's pretty warm today too. We had a couple like nice cool days. And then it was, yeah, it was back in the 90s again. Guns out, Pink is taking the game serious. No, it's just 95 degrees out. It's not really guns out. It's actually a, yeah, see, it's actually a shirt. It just bunches up. All right, I need to get to my ship, I think. 20 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is. Hot though, because this isn't... Yeah, that's hot. Wasn't winter sun? Is this the elevator? Where's the elevator? I was on the phone, but you need to be on PC and get to PC, but not on the right browser. Oh, Mark. Silly. How do I leave? How do I leave? Hello?
Thank you for...
Sure.
I'm free. Thank you for giving me my mind back.
Okay. So now we're back over here. Okay. 68. Oh, oh my god, I wish it was 68. False fall. I know, it was like 70 over the weekend. It was so nice. 94. Hot. Yeah. It was 95 today for me. I only had to go outside like twice for work. Other than that, it was pretty decent. Come on, guys. Come on. Where's the button? Why can't I take the button? Because everyone's not here? Why can't I button? Okay, that's not the right button. I have not watched Sailor Moon yet. No. Saturday is my, like, I do absolutely nothing day. So I usually, like, sleep a lot on Saturdays. And, like, play video games. I don't usually watch anything. But I plan on it. I might even watch it after stream. Okay, so... This is to what? That's an elevator to what? Oh, stairs down 2 tunnels? Is that where I need to go? Normandy. Oh no, that's where I need to go. Okay, that's where I need to go. Did you watch it, Nikki? Was it good? Not that creative, but watching Navy SEALs with the wife on... That's fine. Why is that... Why does that have to do with being creative? Is this right? Yes, this is correct. Okay. So I need to watch the second part? I see. Yeah, I meant to catch up on a bunch of stuff over the weekend, but I just, honestly, I don't know what it was, but I was way more tired than I usually am. There's also X-Files. Wait, are you just finding out about the show X-Files for the first time, or do you mean you have access to X-Files for the first time? Access, gotcha. Nice. X-Files is one that I never got into for some reason. Not like that I didn't want to, I just never got into it.
Decontaminate.
Would have been far better
Are you
proposal
okay,
than watching
Commander?
this,
You look a
but I
little
never get that.
pale.
Oh, do you
It's
mean?
that damn cipher? That Asari messed you up good.
Sorry.
And for what? We still don't know where to find the stupid conduit. What a waste.
She said it could take a while. I needed the cipher. It's going to lead us to the conduit. I'm just not sure how yet.
We still have another lead, Commander. That Asari scientist in the Artemis Tau cluster, the Matriarch's daughter. She's
That's
an
where we're going
expert
next.
in Protheans. Maybe she knows something.
That's where we're going next.
Don't worry. We'll deal with her soon enough. Crew dismissed.
Crew dismissed.
I've sent off the Pharos report, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Sure.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Commander, Exogeny should have told us about the Thorian. It would have made your job much easier.
You might have been able to
I didn't
capture
even
it
do
for
anything.
study instead of destroying it.
The Thorian liked to enslave minds. Anyone who studied it would have ended up as one of its thralls.
Thrall.
Perhaps it's for the best then. At least the colony was saved.
Of course it was saved. Shepard would go to any lengths to help a human colony.
I help
Being
everyone.
human had nothing to do with it. They were in trouble.
Admirable. But sometimes specters have to make sacrifices. I hope you're willing to do that when the time comes.
Goodbye, Commander. We will be waiting for your next report.
Yes, sir. Are you not you're not a fan of Navy SEALs, Marbs? Supernatural, always a good one. Always a good one. I want this bug to like come in front of me so I can just like just get it. A roller derby. That's pretty fun. Mosquito. I think it's a mosquito. Yeah, it came in when I was letting the dog out. And now I'm annoyed. Cause it it's every once in a while it will fly like right in front of me. Alright, so zoom out. Alright, I need to go to Juana. What's that? Logan. Pharos. What? Holy smokes. Oh, Noveria. Okay, so Noveria. Liara's dig site? Artemis Tau. Okay, cool. Wow. It's crazy. Like this little, like, traveling. It's crazy. Alright, so let's go here. Same sort of real world story. Told different way. Yeah, they do that a lot, I feel like. How do I know which one to how do I know where to land? How do I know which one to land in? Wait, did they tell me? Journal. It just says Artemis Tau. Explore the uncharted worlds of the Artemis Tau cluster to find Liara Sony. Okay, so we just have to go somewhere here, I guess. But is it real? Excuse me. I don't know what just happened there. You know what I mean? Like, is it reality TV or whatever? I like to call it. I feel like I have like the itchies because I just like know that this like stupid bug is around somewhere. Bugging me.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Commander Shepard, my name is Nasana Dantius. I have a job for you. I can't say any more in an unsecured communication. If you're interested in hearing my offer, meet me on the Citadel so we can talk in person. I'll be waiting in the Diplomat's Lounge on the Presidium.
Who should be hunting for it? He didn't technically let it in. I mean, I guess technically I let it in. How do I know where to go? How do I know where to
Commander, I'm
go?
picking up a signal from the planet's surface. It looks like an automated distress beacon.
Like a vampire? Yeah. Okay. So how am I supposed to know where to go? Do I just keep clicking on them until like... So one of them has like a story that makes sense? I don't know where to go. Just keep exploring, I guess. Shardila. Orlan. Adabig. Barjalus. Oh, shoot my mic. Level 1 pressure hazard. Did they say where they needed to go and I literally wasn't listening? This is why I struggle when I stream these types of games. Okay. Chum. Salamis. Proteus. Nausicaa. Nausicaa. It's like Jessica, but Nausicaa. What's this? Nope, can't land there. Can't land there. So I already don't know where to go. Like, do I just have to land on land on one? Istos. Arcanes. Zakros. Therum. What's this one? Armeni. What's on Phaistos? Doesn't matter, I can't land there. Alright, let's land here. I really don't know. Hopefully they'll tell us where she is. Or hopefully I just, like, guessed right. Alright. Survey or land and that, or nothing. Yeah. Survey, I imagine, is like fly over it and like take a little scan of runeskies. Tali, I really like you, but you are all tech. Oh no, don't land me in that stupid car. No, I don't want to drive. I don't want to drive.
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings. Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
Underground. Underground. Don't see way down yet. That's also because everything's brown. Whee. I'm not really thinking I should be driving into the lava, but I don't see another way down. Hello? So no one sees the poop. Oh, I see shitties. No, don't go in the lava. Hit you. Hit you. Wait, it says that there's something here that's red? Oh, you guys aren't dead. Uh-huh. What? Oh, he's dead now. Okay. You must look straight. I know. It's so stupid. It's so dumb that it drives like the direction that it's looking. It's so dumb. Because I was like... Oh, I think it just saved. I think that's what happened. Because I was, like, sitting there and I'm like, I don't understand why I'm pressing W, which is forward, and this bitch is going sideways, and that's why. Okay, what is here? Nothing, 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 nothing. And I guess we're going in. Going on foot. Let me in. Whatever.
I'm on my way.
Whatever. What the hell? I think I am supposed to go in here, but where's like... See, what is this red thing right here that it's marking? This? Do I go yeet? Yeet? Healthy, and that scare I got was a false alarm. Hey, false alarm's good news. What? Yeah, like this is the only place to go. Hello, buttons. Is there buttons to push? No. What the heck? Also, teach me something. I can't have my blood test in September. Teach you. What do you want me to teach you? I'll teach you everything. Okay, hold on. Do I need to, like, shoot it again? Alright. I'm confused. Can I go, like, up on this? No, the game literally won't let me. No. What the heck? Okay. What did I miss? What did I miss? This way? This way? God. This way. This is the way. Do you know the way? I missed. Wait, no. Why is this? Why is there a dude? Why one dude? Where dude? Where are you, dude? Where are you, dude? So I have 2 passengers with me, right? My pals, and like they can't fire anything. They can't help. Help. All right, so this is on the other side now. Hey, come outside. Whatever, bitches. What this? Let me have override. This one's not gonna be hard. A pistol and a sniper rifle. I need some armor. I need armor for my teammate because they are struggling. It would cause mass effect of the gameplay. See what I did there? I do. I see what you did. Very clever. Very clever. Hello? Hello? I have my sniper out for some reason. Hold on a second. Thank you. Manuel override. Pistol, assault rifle, assault rifle. I
Think we got him, Commander.
Oh, button. I did it!
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I need armor for my friends. Thank you, DJ. I need armor for my friends. Stretch? Okay. Oh. Oh. Thank you for giving this game a try. Sure. Sure. Alright, so that opened to this. You really liked it? I'm not gonna lie, so far it's definitely not my favorite. But I'm really hoping that it that 2 picks up as much as everyone says it does. I just think that it's like I would have appreciated it more if I, you know, played it in its prime. You don't seem very, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just feel like it's yeah, like I probably would have appreciated it more if I had played it, you know. Xbox 360's yeah, it's a little dated, yeah. I feel like it suffers from a lot of the inconveniences, I guess is a good word, of like the early to mid 2000s video games. You know, where it's like everything is the same kind of like muted gray brown color, so sometimes it's hard to see the environmental changes, just things like that, which all games of this era suffered from, you know. Even like Fallout and Skyrim suffered from it as well, you know. I feel like that's not doing anything to them. Like, I feel like it's just straight missing. Like, I really feel like the canon just misses them. The remake? This is the remake, isn't this? This is like the Legendary Edition? Yeah, I was gonna say it is. It's the remaster. Yeah. Hello, Yaga. I am playing the remastered, yeah. Well, that's what I said. Like, it's just, it's a problem that all games of the era had, but everyone says that they improved it on the second one, so I'm not, like, it's completely understandable. Never looked that good when I first played it. Yeah, this is the remaster. All right. This way? I'm trying to drag. I can't drag? Do I go that way or this way? Oh, 07. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. It's the same, like, yeah, like Skyrim has this like, you know, everything's all the environments the same kind of muted color. Fallout, which is one of my absolute favorite games, has that problem. It's just video games back in the day couldn't really handle, I guess, tons and tons of environmental stuff. 3 in 2012, yeah. Nice. 2010, really? Why do I feel like it was later than that? Maybe because, like, people I knew weren't playing it until later. I don't know. Kind of weird. Is it? Ooh. Ugh. Hold on, I have to itch. I have to itch. I'll just get run over. It's fine. Just get run over. Andromeda? No. One of my good friends definitely played through, like, these games. For sure, like 1 and 2.
We got them all, Shepard.
But he may have played them a little bit later. Alright. How do I see? That's so funny that they sometimes, like, they just, like, they'll, I don't know how to explain it, like, unload and then reload back into, like, their starting points and stuff. It's so funny. Shepard's been hit. Oh, thanks. Stop! I beg for you to stop standing in front of me. I beg. You like Andromeda? To each their own.
All targets down.
I feel like there's a lot of games that people are like, this game's trash, and I like it, so. Bioshock, Portal, Team Fortress, COD, Crysis, Halo 3. Mass Effect. Oh, that's who they had to compete with. I didn't play Bioshock till, what, 2 years ago? A year ago? 2 years ago? I don't even remember. I don't even remember at this point. I've played so many games now. Was that too far? And a Temu version? Oh my gosh. Alright, let's do... Come on. Oh, fine. I'll do it this way. I hate doing it this way. I just like to be able to scroll through my weapons. Y'all are bitches. See? He just, like... It's so funny. It's very slight and it's, like, very instant, but so they just, like, reload back to their starting positions sometimes. It's very funny to me. Oh, he did not drop a shield, like, right after I shot him. So funny. Yeah, there's a lot of games, like, I need to finish Bioshock. I have the other 2 games of that to finish, which everyone's like, the 3rd one's terrible, don't even bother, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, yeah, but don't you want to complete the story? Don't you want to, like, finish everything? Just copy and pasted. Did you expect them to just create new races of aliens? Everyone loved Bioshock 3? No, I've heard people absolutely hated Infinite. Maybe it was like an after reaction. Like, you know how a lot of games become beloved like later. Maybe. I don't know. No, there are races in the first 3 they could have used. I hate these dudes. I just stop taking my hands off a keyboard every time there's a cutscene, because then I get screwed. I am so hungry. Okay, okay, stop. Okay, this. Alright, you. Getting shot. Allie. Why are you were just behind cover like 3 seconds ago. What happened? Y'all just let this bitch just like walk right behind us like nothing. Okay, bet. Okay, bet. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. That was just a bad shot. You, why? Oh my god. There was so much time in between those. Give me. Lost shields. Lost everything. You are dead. That was, oh my god, I hit the wrong button twice. Vorcha and Batarins. I don't even know what those are. I'm sure I'll learn. Oh wait, don't I have? Yeah, I do. Get up. Get up, bitches. Send me back in. Send me back in so I can immediately die. It'll be fun. Oh my god, this bitch is still alive. Oh my god, this bitch is still alive. Guys. Oh, I missed. That one didn't miss, but good shot. I get him. What? How did that one miss? Come on. Okay. Alright. Let's do this again. You do that one. You do... I guess none of them really. Alright, why am I crouched? Get up. Get up. There we go. Come back over here, guys. Holly, you're dead. Top it off, they pulled people off Andromeda to work on Anthem. Which hurt Andromeda and didn't help Anthem. Yeah. I liked Anthem. For like, okay, let me make myself clear. I liked Anthem for like a week, like a couple weeks. But it got very old very fast. Very repetitive. There was no extra content. There was no end game content. Yeah. Oh my god, he sidestepped as soon as I stepped out. V for very help. Where is this bitch? Alright. Whatever. Come back over here. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. How is this thing not dead yet? How is this thing not dead yet? Not this thing. This is a different one. I meant the big guy. Oh my god, finally. Thank you for getting the stalker. Tolly, poor Tolly. Poor Tolly. You're doing great, sweetie. Is this even doing damage to it? I'm not sure it is. Just like me, which is unfortunate. It could have done better. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was really good. It was over so quickly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I enjoyed it for like a couple weeks. You know, I played with my friends and stuff, and it was fun. I feel like this is not what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, I feel like this is just a waste. Oh my god, I knew it while I was trying to itch my face! Okay, yeah, I feel like this is not right. Because it's like, there's no health bar above him. Like, there's no health bar, see? I need some help here. I missed. Ooh, okay. Did I not just heal? How am I getting worse? How am I getting worse? Alright. Alright. You do that thing again. That one? Try that one. I'll do that one, right? You do that. I asked my... Oh, it's sabotage specialist. Okay, cool, I guess. Holy shit, why are there so many of these guys? Okay. Okay. Alright. This is not working. This is not working in my favor. You get progressively worse. Can you, like, oh my god. There's no way that sniper takes that long. Like, there's no way. Alright, guys. Can we, like, pump up the, effort just a smidgen here? Can we? Just a little bit? My god, no. Go back on the ceiling. No, go back on the ceiling and stay on the ceiling? Okay. Oh. Can't see. You're hit? You mean me? First aid specialist. That's cover? They can't hit me here, guys. This is cover. They can't hit me here. That's ridiculous. Okay. I'm not being shot. I guess so. Clearly, that's the way that this game works. Alright, scooch, scooch, scooch. Alright. Okay, so... It's gotta be that. Like, it's gotta be a control or something over there. Because it, like, doesn't take damage as far as I can see. Oh yeah, now it does. Oh, I guess I wasn't close enough. I guess I wasn't close enough. Alright, so now do that and then do that. Wait, can you do both at the same time? Yeah. Why'd he stop? What is the color of death? I'm not sure. A pale black horse? True. We go by the 4 horsemen. Okay, hold on. Do this. Okay. I'm about to get shotted at. Holy crap. One more. Jeez. Chase! Oh look, we can go in the hole over there. What is that noise? Not that noise. This noise. Oh, now it stopped? Nope, that's back. What is that noise? It's going to kill me. Oh, wow. Thank you for joining us. You did great. You did great. The Watchers. Or maybe. Or maybe. Running, 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 running. Stop. Running, 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 running. Stop. What? Stop. That was a headshot, you bitch. Let's do... Come on. Don't just... Why you sidestep my sniper? Oh my god.
Warm up.
I can't stand the fucking cooldown on these weapons in this game. The sniper is like 27 seconds for it to cool down. $27.5 minutes for the sniper to cool down.
It looks like this cavern formed around the ruin after it was
Oh,
built.
well, I was gonna say, what's over there? But it doesn't matter, it's closed off. Liara time? No. No. I don't like that my guns don't match, like, anything. Why are they red? Who uses red guns? Ugh. So tacky. Radical kit. Feel like 2? Why? Yeah, everyone keeps saying that, but what the fuck are these little droids made out of? Holy shit, if I have to redo all that, I'm gonna be so pissed. Oh my god. Okay, suddenly I can't shoot for shit. Okay, suddenly I can't make a single shot. I love that. You son of a whore. Sith, I believe, use red. Is this a joke right now? I can't move around their stupid wow. Okay, let's try this again. Now with these super ultra mega droids down here. I can't. Love that. Look at her little weird feet. Look at both of their little weird feet. Mustratty. It's so mustratty. How come you can shoot through glass, but I can't shoot through glass? Oh, can I? Oh my god, I can. Is this not glass? I guess it's not glass. Oh, that's like, what is this? Oh, it made it look like it was glass. Can you get, what are you doing? I am stuck. I am stuck. I'm stuck. Cool. Cool. Just fuck everything that I just did. Where's my stamina bar? Like... Alright, let's not do this again. So I don't screw up. Alright, everyone has their assault rifles. Rifles. A short rifles, because I can talk apparently. There's no way. I knew what you were saying. I was just making fun of you. Get off! I feel like it's just... It's actually stupid sometimes what they auto cover up behind. For those who don't know. Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know?
It looks like this cavern formed around the ruin.
Yes, I know. Shut up, I know. How they don't know what they want to watch? No, they know what they want to watch. It's just not anything of any substance. That's all. Holy shit, like what are these things made of? Like what are these things made of? Holy shit. Who told you to put gun away? Jesus Christ, what are these things? that it? There's just 3?
Take out those hostiles!
I can't! I can't! Stop yelling at me. They're equally annoying? Oh. I can't wait. Can't wait. That's fun. Whee. No. 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 I can't. I can't help you.
Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help.
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody.
Liara Tassoni, I presume?
Help?
Thank the goddess.
No.
I did not think anyone would come looking for me. Listen,
See,
this
I've
thing you need is a
been playing
Prothean
too many
security
games where
device.
I
cannot move,
you can't
so
trust no
I need you to
bitches.
get me out of it, all right?
We can't reach you. I'm sorry.
There's some kind of repulsion field in the way.
My head
It's a
kind of hurts a
Prothean
little
barrier
bit.
curtain. I knew it would keep me safe from the Geth. When I turned it on, I must
The
have
no
hit
water
something
plus
I
no
wasn't
food
supposed to.
combination.
I was trapped in here.
A
You must get me
pinnacle
out,
of health.
please.
Health. Benendia.
Your mother is working with Saren. Whose side are you on?
What? I am not on anybody's side. I may be Benezia's daughter, but I'm nothing like her. I have not spoken to her in years. Please, just get me out.
Clips that. Enjoy. Why? Or the help? No. Oh. Thought you were just talking about when you clipped when I just said I had a headache.
We just need
Get
to
some food.
figure
I
some way
can't.
past
I
this energy
can't.
field.
I literally
Prothean
went to the
barrier
grocery
curtain.
store
I
and
knew it
it
would
has
keep
to
me safe
last
from
the
the
rest of
Geth.
the week because I
But
had to
when
get my
turned it
car
on, I must
fixed.
have hit something I wasn't supposed to.
So.
I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please.
Must get me out, please. Alright,
We'll
stay
find
calm.
some way to
help?
help you.
No.
There is a
No.
control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to
I'm
find
at
some way past the barrier.
11134.
That's the tricky part. The defenses
hell?
cannot be shut
What
off
is with
from the
these
outside.
bots
I
lately,
don't know
dude?
how you'll get in here. Be careful. There is a Krogan with the Geth. They have been trying different ways to get past the barrier.
Okay. Get past the barrier to get to Liara. Oh, wait, why are you shooting at me? Nice. My other love interest option, but I am a girl. And homosexuality is bad, even in Space. Kidding. I get canceled so fast. My hurts. My everything hurts. My brain hurts. Anyone else wants some of this heat? So it matters not. Oh. Area not clear of enemy. Clear of your mind. You bitch. What the hell? It's like Simon Says or something? I'm straight guessing right now. Aww. I got Simon Says. Damn. I imagine they told me what the sequence is, but I'll figure it out. I got it right just by fucking around the first time. Fuck around and find out. I'm fucking dead. What did I say? What the hell? What did I don't even know. Sometimes things just happen. Oh. R.I.P. Or is this not the room? Does it just look exactly the same? Because that would be fucking hysterical. If I just blast her out of fucking oblivion. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. Missed opportunity, Mass Effect. For some comedic timing there. Oh. Apparently it lifted me up and went the other way. Hello.
Oh, how did you get in here? I didn't think there was any way past the barrier.
It was easy.
Blasted through with the mining laser.
Of course.
I played Simon
Yes,
Says
that
with
makes
a
sense.
mining laser. It was fine.
Please, get me out of here before more Geth arrive. That
Wait, she
button
has
over there should
boobs. What do you
shut down this
mean?
containment field.
Alright, I guess that's fair. I guess that's not very PC of me. That's not very 2024 of me. I just saw like boop, 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 boop. Okay, I just happen to know the exact sequence. Oh my gosh, she has eyes.
Any idea how we get out
She
of
has,
this place?
but they're on the other side. She has Pan's Labyrinth eyes.
At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on.
Ornamental titties.
I still cannot believe
I know,
it.
that's what I said. I was like, that's
Why
not
would the
very,
Geth
that's
come
not very
after me?
cash money of me.
Do you think Benezia's involved?
Saren's looking for the
Oh
conduit.
yeah,
You're a
yeah,
Prothean
TF Green.
expert.
I should have known that.
Probably wants you to help him find
Oh, I
it.
didn't even, I never read Frosty
I
Tools
don't
because they're
know.
stupid anymore. Oh, I have been listening. Conduit. What's the conduit? I haven't been paying attention.
What the
Fuck.
hell was that?
These ruins are not stable. That mining laser must have
Oh,
triggered a
oopsies.
seismic event. Oops. We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in.
Need an escape plan.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister.
On the
Aye, aye,
double,
Commander.
mister.
Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
Away?
He needs
Not
to move
away.
faster.
It's away. Really? Is that really how that is? How that phrase goes? Or is that... Was that just a mistype? I need to know. 'Cause I need to know. Where did you take your guns out for? Oh, that's why. Do you think they would get sunburned? Who? The blue people? The Aziz Ansari?
Or don't. That would be more fun.
They probably do.
In case you didn't notice, this place is falling apart.
Exhilarating,
Like,
isn't it?
do you think they get like really? Like, do you think they get like double sunburned on
Whatever
like
it is you
Tatooine?
want, you are not getting it from me.
I'm not giving her up. You can't take her.
She'll stay with us, thanks.
She'll stay with us. Thanks.
Not an option. Saren wants her, and he always gets what he wants.
Well,
Kill
Sarah can just
Spare the
relax.
Asari if you can. If not,
The Aziz
doesn't matter.
Ansari. Oh no! Alright, hold on. You son of a bish. You son of a bish. Yeah, no shid. No shid. Alright. I'd like to change my weapon, please. This. Okay. What? No. Oh fuck, too late. I can't heals? I can't vary heals? Yes, I can. My guy. Where'd Where'd that hoe go? Where'd that hoe go? Oh shit, I need to heal. Get that. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. And back up again. We'll keep on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there's this shield. Neural shock. Let's shock your neurals. Whee. Sorry, not and sorry. That's a good one. Now I have a title for next stream. Too easy. I've been calling her Aziz Ansari. I like how her eyes got really wide, but it was like a video game, so it was just like... like, oh no. A rough. Don't worry. Wolverine is coming. My dumb yellow suit.
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds, we would have been
I
swimming
can't
in
read the
molten sulfur.
achievements because the
Normandy
other
isn't equipped
stupid
to
EA
land in
achievement pops up
exploding
over it.
volcanoes. They tend
God,
to
EA's
fry our
launcher.
sensors and melt our hull.
The
Just for
worst.
future reference.
Just
We
want you to
almost
know.
died out there, and your pilot is making jokes.
First of all, why? Why do all these other devs have their own stupid launchers? Just knock it off. Just knock it off. Just knock it off. Just launch through Steam, and that's it. It eases the tension. He's a jerk. He saved us.
Joker pulled our asses out of there. I think he's earned the right to a few bad jokes.
I see. It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander. But
Baby
I am
brain?
grateful to you. You saved my life back there.
Is she baby
and
brain,
not
or is she
from the
just
volcano.
from a different
Those gas would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
world?
What did Saren want with you? Did
Like,
you
she
know
reminds me
something
kind of
about
like
the conduit?
Starfire a little bit.
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
50 years?
Just
honey.
how old are you exactly?
700.
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn. I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours, but among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child.
I
That is
can't
why my
romance
research
her.
Does not receive the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
Did your research turn up anything interesting?
What is interesting is what I did not turn up. There is remarkably little archaeological evidence of the Protheans, and even less that might explain why they disappeared. It is almost
How
as
come
if
not
someone did not want
robot
the
lady
mystery
won't
solved.
romance me?
It
She's
is
literally
like
a
someone came
not
along after the
robot
Protheans
lady.
were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This
Holly,
cycle
she's an
began
option in
long
2.
before them.
She's the only one I like right now. Like, she's the only one that I think's kind of cool right now.
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge, patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research.
Research.
But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be
I don't know
able
if
to
she
prove
swings
it.
both ways. She's a not
There were other
robot lady.
civilizations
Like,
before the Protheans.
come on.
This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
who came before them? We're in a hurry here. I love the mean ones.
If the Protheans weren't the first, then who was?
I don't know. There is barely any evidence on the Protheans, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know I am right. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization
Garrus is like
rises
so
up,
interested
it is
right
suddenly
now.
and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology
What a
of those
bitch.
who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
Shut up and I'll tell you. Oop, train lost connection.
They
Oh
were wiped
no.
out by a race of sentient machines.
R.I.P.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
The beacon.
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out.
We call that a vision.
A beacon? Yes, that makes sense. But the beacons
I have
were
3.
not programmed to interact
Yeah,
with
so
human
her,
physiology.
Garrus,
I am
and the other
surprised
guy.
You were able to make any sense
Right?
of it at all.
Or is the other guy just in this one? Because he dies. Any sense of them? It's not clear. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I got the cipher.
The cipher?
The whole red guy, Rex.
Some Asari mumbo jumbo. Supposed to help the commander.
Look at him.
think
He's
like
like
a
so
Prothean.
stiff.
I don't know if it worked though.
Takes time.
The cipher altered my perception of the visions, but it's subtle. I still can't make
3.
sense of what I'm seeing.
Garrus, Thane, or Jacob.
And this was
Oh, so I can
something
romance
another
this girl
Asari
in this
did to you.
one? So she probably die. Or we break up. And
Commander,
she's like,
with your permission,
no.
I would like to try something. You were touched by the beacon. The visions are locked
You were touched
away
by
inside your
bacon.
mind. One of my people gave you a deeper understanding of the visions, but you still cannot put all the pieces of the puzzle
Yes, because
together.
that's right. I forgot. They told me I
might
have
be
to
able
think
help
like
you.
I have to think like an end season. Sorry. I just have to just be one. Just be one. Just be like one. Just be one. Just do it. Just do one. Just do it. Just do
What do
it.
you have in mind?
Like the Asari who gave you the cipher, I can join my consciousness to yours. Maybe my knowledge of the Protheans will help clarify your vision.
Are we gonna mind meld? Are we gonna mind meld like in what is it called? What is it called? Guys, somebody gotta help me out here. What is it called in Pacific Rim? What is it called in Pacific Rim? Come on, somebody. Somebody, you're letting me down, guys.
It's worth a shot.
Neural bridge? Was it a neural bridge? No, like they had a name
Relax,
for it,
Commander.
didn't they?
Embrace eternity.
Drifting?
That was incredible. All this time, all my research.
Co-piloting a
yet
Jaeger was drifting.
I
Yeah,
never
that's what I was
dreamed.
thinking.
I am
I
sorry.
don't remember it being drifting.
The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense.
She's like getting off on
You
my
are
weird
remarkably
dreams.
strong-willed, Commander. What you have been through, what you have seen, would have destroyed a lesser mind.
Come on, get to the point. What'd you see?
Wow, chill.
The beacon on Eden
bitch.
Prime must have been badly damaged. Large parts of the vision are missing. The data transferred into the commander's mind is incomplete.
What's our next move?
Saren knew you were touched by the beacon on Eden Prime.
Big
he
brain
probably
energy.
came after me because he feared I could help you understand it.
I know, that's why I was
was
like,
able
ooh,
to
I
interpret
don't
the
have a
data
lesson
relayed through your vision. What was there at least. Find the missing portion, and I am confident I can put all the pieces together.
Great. Another alien. Sure.
Good to have you on the team, Liara.
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. Oh, I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
When was the last time you ate or slept? Dr. Chakwas should take a look at you.
Chakwas.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Prothean's true fate.
90s brows.
I need some time
Listen,
to
I
process all
have
this.
90s brows
Still, it could
that
not hurt to
never
be
grew
examined
in.
by a
Like, this
medical
is just how
professional.
my eyebrows have
It will
always
give me the
been.
chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
I have little baby brows. Look at them. Look at them. We've always been like that. I don't even like pluck them and stuff. Here, hold on. Get your magnifying glass out. My hands are ham, but Liara's are like Gwen Stefani. What? My hands are ham, but Liara's are Gwen Stefani's.
We can talk again after you've seen the doctor.
Cause
The rest of you,
mistype.
dismissed.
But why Gwen
Mission reports are filed,
Stefani?
Commander. You want me to patch you through to the council?
Oh, I thought it was like two. I thought it was like two together. Like my hands are ham, but Liara's hands are Gwen Stefani's hands. And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck does that even mean? What do Gwen Stefani's hands look like? And how do you know? I got it, separate thoughts now, but I was like, my hands are ham? What? She's from Anaheim, that's how I know. Anaheim. Fuck.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. Tassoni is on the Normandy.
Tell me about her
Assume
hands.
You're taking the necessary security precautions.
She have nice hams. Well, no, you have hams. She has nice hands. She wants to help.
Liara's on our side. The Geth were trying to kill her.
Steamed hams?
Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter.
Maybe she doesn't know.
Or maybe we don't know her. We never expected she could become a traitor.
At least the mission was a success.
Apart from the utter destruction of a major Prothean ruin. Was that really necessary, Shepard?
I'm just gonna hang up on them. I'm hanging up.
I don't need this.
Communications cut, Commander.
I hung up on them. That would be me though, IRL. Like I would just be like, oh, bad connection. Blah, blah, blah. She had bitchy ones. She had bitchy hands. Wow. What do you mean, wow? They were like, you destroyed a temple. And I was like, I mean, you're not wrong, but like, it was an accident. It was an accident. Resting Shep face. I know, she does have a little bit of RBF, doesn't she? I'm sorry, RSF. Whatever you do, they bitch. That's what I'm saying. So like, I was like, I don't have time for
timing,
this.
Commander. We got a transmission coming in from the Citadel.
Oh no.
Top priority clearance.
Oh no, are they mad I hung up on them?
Is it the ambassador?
It's not his signature. I think it's from the council.
Oh no. 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 Wait, is this the same one? Like, do I have to finish this fucking conversation?
Commander Shepard, we've received information that may be critical to your mission against Saren.
Okay, good.
I'll take all the help I can get.
We've received an urgent message from one of our infiltration regiments in the Traverse.
That'd be so funny. I love how they didn't even mention it. I love how they didn't even mention that I just hung up on them.
You mean spies?
Spectres tend to attract attention, Commander, but they are only one arm of the Council. Special task groups are often a better option for monitoring developing situations.
We currently have several infiltration units scattered throughout the border regions of Citadel space. This particular unit was gathering intel on Saren.
And?
What did they find?
Unfortunately, the message we received was little more than static. The infiltration team must be in a situation where they can't set up proper interstellar communications. But the message was sent on a channel reserved for mission-critical communications. Whatever they were trying to tell us, We know it was important. Considering your interest in Saren, we thought you might want to investigate this. Find out what happened to our team. The signal originated from the planet Vermeer.
Vermeer, thank you.
I'll look into it.
The Council prefers not to become involved in the specifics of spect'er activities. We only want you to be aware of all your options, including Vermeer. Good luck, Commander Shepard. We will keep you advised if we learn anything else.
Yes, sir, ma'am. Bam. So your XO Presley starts out as a spacist, and over time he stops being a spacist, which is nice. Oh, people can learn. Crazy. Hi, Presley.
If anyone has to take over for Captain Anderson, I'm glad it's you. I'm not sure about having non-humans on our ship.
Wow.
We're all on the same team here, Presley.
With all due respect, ma'am, that's what they said about Nihilus. Look how that turned out.
Do you doubt my decisions?
I'm in charge here, Presley. I decide if we have non-humans on this vessel.
That's what
Yes,
SR1 stands for?
Understood, ma'am.
I don't know. Senior ranking officer 1. I don't know. Goodbye.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
Space racist 1. Plausible deniability. Hello.
I prefer gold to silver, you know, for my medal. I figured you'd recommend me for one since I, pulled your boots
Wow. Why do you want that?
If we present you with a medal, you'll end up sitting on stage listening to politicians make speeches for a couple of hours.
That's a good point. They'd probably
Who's
make
the
me
is the
shave,
voice
too.
of this
I spent
girl?
the last 7 weeks working on this baby.
Is the
battle's
voice
worth
of
that.
female Shep
So,
the
Commander,
voice
why don't you
of
tell
the
me what
female
you need?
wanderer in Fallout 4?
I have to go.
All right, see ya.
I'm curious. I think her name's Courtney something. Could be wrong though. Okay, can I leave yet? Jeez. Stealth reconnaissance, if you were curious for realsies. Okay. Wait, they said to go to, Jennifer Hale is the voice. Can you see if she's the same girl who did, the female wanderer in Fallout 4? Considering. Vermeer. Pharos, Novaria, and the Artemis Tau Cluster, and Vermeer to find the clues. Okay, so I need to go to Vermeer. Is that in here? Is that a system on its own? It'd be like super convenient if you could like... There we go. Vermeer. Okay, so then when I click on Vermeer, now... Oh, okay, good. This one only has one. See, the other one had like 17 locations to pick from, and I was like, what the hell? The space... It is kind of nice. I do like some of the chill music. Like this, the...
Commander,
ambient
urgent
music.
message from Alliance Command coming in. I'll patch it through.
Oh my gosh.
Shepard, this is Admiral Hackett from Alliance Command. We've got a situation here, and you're the only one that can handle it.
I'm sure you've got somebody else, but sure.
What do you need, Admiral?
There's an Alliance training ground where we test weapons and technology in live fire simulations. One of the VIs we use to simulate enemy tactics in the drills is no longer responding to our override commands. It's gone rogue.
Are you telling me this
We're
computer is thinking on its
Uranus.
own?
We're not stupid, Shepard. This is a virtual intelligence, not a true AI. It's not self-aware, and it can't access any external systems. We didn't do anything illegal here.
I feel like that's a legal loophole,
Virtual
but,
intelligence
you know.
support is critical to our military success. VIs process thousands of status reports and react in nanoseconds. No human can do that. We need you to fight your way through the training ground of the VI core and manually disable it.
Can't you disable it remotely?
Our fail-safes aren't responding. The VI operates on a closed network. It can affect any external systems, but we don't have any direct access to its processes. We could bomb it from orbit, but the damage to the facility would be catastrophic. We'd prefer to have someone shut down the core. Someone like you. I know Spectre's answered the Council, but you're still human. You're still part of the Alliance military, and right now we need you. The VI controls all the facility's weapons, drones, and automated defenses. You're the only one that can pull this off, Shepard.
I like when they say that, but it's like, I'm sure there's other people. Courtney Taylor? Oh, that might be it. Yeah. They sound very close. Like, not exactly the same, but they sound very, very close. But Jennifer Hale, I know that name. Like, I've definitely heard that name before. Courtney Taylor for Jack in Mass Effect 2. Don't know who that is. Amanda Holiday. Okay. She's dead. And Ada Wong in RE. Alright, let's see what this bitch can do. Let's go bad bitch squad. There we go. But what else? Jennifer Hale, that I know that name. I definitely have heard her before. I just don't know.
Drop the Mako. We'll go in hot and take him out.
No, don't drop the Mako. I'd rather walk. Good job.
Stay out of range and continue evasive
Jennifer, I know,
maneuvers until I
but
bring
like,
those AA towers down.
that's not actually an answer. She said everything, but we don't know what it is. All right. Let's go for a ride. Whee! I'm sorry, what? How long have I been able to do that? Okay, or just run over, that's fine too. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Steering and steering. Come here, bitch. Oh my god, for realsies? Stay still. Thanks. Jean Grey at X-97. Oh, Ash. Yeah, that's one of the big ones that I know her name. But yeah, no, she's in other stuff that I've heard, because I've definitely heard the name before. Can you not? Oh my god, I hate that this thing overheats. It's a machine gun. It's a machine gun. Bruh. Bro. And here's a prime example of everything is the same green, gray, brown, and I can't see anything. Okay, I'm just gonna pass you. She's in Horizon and Shadow of War. Shadow of War. Lego, Marvel. Yeah, wasn't she? Yeah, I think she was a bunch of voices in, like Lego Marvel superheroes. Like, I think she's like a bunch of the females. Halo 5? I don't think I played 5. I don't think I played after, like, 3. Or ODST. Well, I mean, I technically have played ODST. Me and Nate and Chris speed ran it. We should play those. Do you want to play those? Want to play through those on Legendary? my god, I just want to go, like, the one direction that I'm trying to face. I just want to go the one direction I'm trying to face. Oh no. Well, I probably have some levels. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Run over, run over. My chair is like ever so slowly like sliding away from me. Everything. Oh, I believe. Amazing. I love it. I love it. Get crashed again. Fall off the map. Fall off the whole map. I did not expect that to work. Amazing. Can I push him all the way around? All right, we gotta go on a little field trip, buddy. Come on, we're going this way. Come on. Come on. No, we're going this way. Come on. After insulting you yesterday, Frosty's trying its best, okay? Excellent job. Level up. Sounds like hell? No, it doesn't. What do you mean? I haven't done that in years. I haven't done it in like 3 years. I also don't know where I'm going. I'm just like heading in the direction where there's enemies because I assume that's probably where I'm supposed to be going. But I feel like this is a circle. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I went that way. Now I have to go this way.
We must find a way to disable their artillery.
Find a way to disable their artillery. Artillery. An order before a new one released. I know, you're so cool, Yaga. I just wish I was as cool as you. Just playing all these video games all the time.
Fluid intake immediately.
Will DJ when I'm not being shot at. Bro, why the like are they just suddenly not taking damage? What? Okay. Guess it's time to level up more. Like, I shot that dude many times. Oh my god. Very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. So buff. Holy shit, Liara has 43 points because I haven't leveled her up at all. Alright, warp? That seems fun. That dude, damages all nearby enemies and objects makes them more vulnerable. Okay. Okay. There's a Pepe. She's a Pepe. Okay, Tali. Okay, I guess I'll give pistols and then do one more overload. Oh, first level on hacking, I guess. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they are kind of cool. All the different blurs. Oh, hold on. Let me do my hydrate for DJ. Okay. I mean, I guess I was gonna say I don't really need to fight these people, but oh, you know, I don't even get XP for these little bugs. These are just bug goo. I need to get the machine bug goo. Where are you? Where are you? Oh my god, I'm overheated. Just splash a little water on it, it'll be fine. Goose, thank you so much. Hold on, let me kill this robot. Let me kill this robot. Oh my gosh, how is Outlaws? I'm so excited for Outlaws. I can't grab it yet, but I'm very excited. How was it? Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much, fellow Keepy. How we doing? How we doing? Well, I don't see what's even firing at me. There we go. But how is it? How is it? I'm so jealous. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, hi, welcome. If this is your first time here, hello, my name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. Things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I am currently playing my first playthrough of the Mass Effect trilogy. I am 10 hours, not even, maybe 10 hours into the first game. It's been very interesting so far. But if this is your first time here, hello, welcome. I hope you have your popcorn and your blankie ready, because I've got a little raid trailer that we like to show just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect. If you need to raid and run, the raider and raidees, if you need to raid and run, by all means, this is your opportunity to head out. But if you are going to hang out with us, I hope you enjoy. I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
He's still rolling. Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees.
Bees. Get the bees.
Oh my god. What is happening? Oh, I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you so much, Grey Goose, for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you're enjoying Outlaws. Like I said, I'm really excited for it. Unfortunately, I had to fix my car last week, so couldn't get a new video game this week. So we'll be getting one next week. I'm very excited for it. The Pikachu onesie clip always, where I'm like, he's totally dead. He's just gonna die, and I'm like, oh, because it's me. But yes, we are playing Mass Effect. The Mass Effect trilogy for the first time. I say trilogy, but I'm barely in the first one yet. Every time it gets me. I need to make a new one. Like, it's time to make a new one. It's just so overwhelming and it's so much work. Somebody else needs to do it for me. My fiance really likes these games. If I'm being totally honest, it had a very slow burn. The first probably like 6 hours I felt were very slow to kind of get started. But now I feel like the story has picked up and now I definitely feel a little bit more invested. But it definitely, it suffers from a lot of tropes of the, early 2000s, early to mid 2000s, where it's just like, the environment is all the same color, brown, green, gray. So it's just hard to see things and everything. I feel like I would have appreciated this game so much more if I had actually played it at its prime. But I am liking it for sure. And I am excited to see how the story progresses because I have so many friends who just absolutely love this whole series and just claim it's one of the best series out there. How do I get that guy in the glass? This was top. Yes, what I'm saying. Like this was it in the early 2000s, the early to mid 2000s, I say. Because then you go into the do people say the 2000s, or do you still count? Are we still in the 2000s to you? I say 2000s, and then I say the 2010s is how I technically just. I guess separate them. No, of course you never ever have to apologize for raiding and running because streaming is exhausting. So I hope you have a fantastic rest of your evening, time zone, whatever it is that you're doing. You said you're getting ready for bed. Yes, I hope you have a good evening, good sleepies. Enjoy your sleepies. Thank you so much for the raid. Halo and Gears of War. Gears? When did RE5 come out? Because I feel like Gears and this and RE5 have the same very clunky's not the right word. Clunky is not the right word, but it's just it's very hard to maneuver yourself gunplay, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, the gunplay is just very strange. I just like running these guys over, if I'm being honest. I want to drag this one all the way around and throw him off the edge, but I don't think I can. 2009, 2006. Yeah, so same. Because the first Borderlands suffers from a lot of, like, some, like, not a lot of it, but suffers from some of this stuff as well. And I think that was, like, 2008-ish. Mako needs a harpoon. Oh my god, imagine, Dave. Oh my god. Alright, can I push this guy off again, or will I fall off this time? Yeah, so same era. That's what I'm saying. Early, late 2000. Oh, he's stuck. Oh, he's stuck. Okay, there we go. If I just break your legs. Guys. Nice. Nice. Alright, now we're back to where we were. Go home, you're drunk. It's definitely not me who's drunk. Alright, this is where I was before. And what did I fuck up last time? I don't even remember what I did. I fucking did it up, though. Oh yeah, I died upstairs. That's right. Alright, is everyone dead? Can I save? No! Okay. Let's level up. We got 4 points. Let's go. He was the one with the noodle legs. Noodle. Okay. Advanced Unity, because I always need to revive these bitches. Singularity? What that? A vortex? What? Master Sabotage. Let's go. All right. This is kind of a bop. Oh, wait. Wait. Liara doesn't have stuff. Wait. Don't shoot at me yet. Oh, wait. Can I actually have new stuff? Yeah, look at that one. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay, so it's the same gun, just level 2. Got it. Oh wait, this doesn't have my things on it. Poison? Let's fucking do poison. Improved sights? Not on my shotgun. High caliber, fine. Don't shoot at me yet! Not on my good Christian shotgun. I said that at work the other day, and it had one of the guys at work absolutely rolling, and I was like, I didn't really think that that was, like, that funny, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like, he just thought it was the funniest shit, and I was, okay. Some people are easily entertained. I guess if you've never heard that joke before, it's very funny. This is... Poison people or electrocute people. I don't think I put. I did. Yeah. You are easily entertained. Honestly, in the nicest way possible, chat. I feel like all of you are easily entertained if you're here. Can we rule out he wasn't the one watching the stream then? Oh no. Yeah. That's yeah. For a second, I didn't know what you were saying. Yes, we can rule him out for sure. He's not watching stream. No. All right. What do you need? What does she need? What does she take? Does she take human armor? She takes medium armor. Or she has medium armor. Is that right? I don't know what type of armor oh no, this is what she takes. Equips. I don't think I have armor for her. Yeah, okay. Light. But, like, it's not human, right? And not Krogan. Demure, mindful. That, I don't get that. Is it me? Is it me? Am I the problem? That I don't get that? Like, I don't find that joke, like, silly funnies. Oh yeah, I need to give her pistols because she has her pistol upgrade or whatever. Wait. Oh, this one's better? Yeah, it is. Okay, those are the same. Oh. These cooldowns like suck though. Okay. I wish I could save.
Must find a way to
All
disable
right.
their
No, I want this. Okay. Alert. How do I crouch? There we go. Whee. I feel like I do no damage. Like, what is going on? Guess I do. Okay. I guess I do okay. Alert. Oh, this is the one where I was like, I'm doing no damage to him. Excuse me? Can you take... Oh my god, you took 27 hours to take your gun out. I did take it down faster? Maybe. Murder? Yeah, probably. Probably after the murdering. Probably after the murdering. I see you. Well, I see your dot. Beesh, can you look, turn around. All right, let's do lift, whiffed, woo. Look, I am a siren in like Motherland. All right, healing. Are you gonna? No. Okay. She just said not, ma'am. Like she quite literally said nah, fam. Oh yeah, why are you guys not doing stuff? Wait, come here. Come over here. And over... Oh, you're here, but you're not like doing stuff. What is this? Singularity, that seems kind of fun. Then let's get the guy in the back. Let's do that. Whee! Oh, he running. Oh, he running. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, he coming. Ah! Ah! Go over there, guys. You're so brave. You're so brave. You did it. Good job. Good job. So brave and so strong. Here, I'll even help. Whee! I can't get out of cover. Thank you for the clip. Activate. Activate. Activate?
I'm reading that the grid
I
is
don't
down,
know.
Commander.
I don't know what I
Approach
just
to
did.
the Solarian base now.
I am so smart. I figured it out. I totally knew what I was doing. I figured it out. Wait, it says this? This? Oh wow, this one's gonna be easy. ME3 used to have multiplayer, but it's a horde mode, so it's a team of 4. You could unlock different races. Wait, is this actually done? Vehicle gates open. So then what's this one do? Nothing. Vehicle gates open. Oh, like here. Oh, this feels so Halo right now. This is very Halo. Very Halo. Let me see your Halo. Oh my god. Sorry, I wasn't looking the exact way. Sorry. Ugh. Oh wait, wasn't I already here? But on the other side? Hello. Bye. I think I was here, but on the other side. Here, let's get lined up. Okay. The team comp in Andromeda. Andromeda. Wow! Zap. Zap, zap, motherfucker. You're a hoe. Oh my gosh. I can't even get over there. Woo! Let's not and say we didn't. This is my beach episode? What does that mean? Oh, like because of the water? Oh my god. Oh my god. Where are they shooting from? It looked like there was something coming from that side. Alright. I will do this. And I will do this. Animes always have a beach episode. Not this anime. Because that means that I would have to be on a beach, and that's... Oops. Come back out. No! I see your shadow. Come on. The car vibing. Are they? Huddle up! Why? Oh my god, it took 20 hours to switch my guns. Are you for serious? No, they won't. They literally won't. Are they stuck? These fucking idiot could not figure out how to walk around the car. These idiots could not figure out how to walk around the car. She can't even figure out how to get up the stairs. Oh my god. Oh my god. This whole time I'm like calling them. I'm like, you know, come to me, huddle up on me, regroup on me, and they're like, nah. Hilarious. Holy shit, he is gonna kill me. This is gonna hit me and I'm gonna die. Alright. Oh no. Tally, you're in the way. Tally ho. Alright. Let's lift him. And then you do that. And then I'll do that. It'll be so fun. Bye forever. Okay, now this, and then that. Whee! Oh, where are you running? Why are you running? Oh, you're so confused. Oh, honey. You're so confused. Gate controls. Gate to...
That was the final gate. Our path to the Solarian camp should be clear from here.
He walked into the sky. He was very confused. He did not know where he wanted to go. Can I just jump down? Ugh. Bitches and their dainty legs. Bitches and their dainty legs. Okay, so, oh my gosh. Just say it, Yaga. Do you want a semi-spoiler? I mean, like, is it necessary? It depends. No, I don't want a spoiler, but if it's not, like, a spoiler, then I guess it doesn't matter.
Commander, Norman just touched down at the base, but it looks like we're grounded. The Solarian captain can explain when you get here.
Someone could die. Okay. Wait, isn't this where I have to choose between two of them? I think I saw this on like some Watch Mojo countdown or some shit.
There is the Solarian camp.
So what are we supposed to do now?
Stay put until we can come up with a plan.
Oh.
Are you in charge here?
If they die, they die. I'm Captain Kirahi, 3rd Infiltration Regiment STG. You and your crew have just landed in the middle of a hot zone. Every AA gun within 10 miles has been alerted to your presence.
What are we supposed to do in the meantime?
We stay put until the Council sends the reinforcements we requested.
We are the reinforcements.
What? You're all they sent? I told the Council to send a fleet.
We couldn't understand the
Who
transmission.
is that girl walking in the back?
Investigate. That is a repetition of our task.
I don't know if you want to prevent a death
I
in your
lost half my
squad or
men
if you're indifferent.
investigating this place.
So
I mean, I guess I'll see how it plays
Saren's
out.
base of operations. He set up a research facility
If I
here,
can
but it's crawling
avoid
with
someone
death, but very
dying,
well
sure, but if that's how it happens because of my choices,
Is he here?
that's how
Have
I
you
play
seen
my
him?
games usually.
No,
I don't know.
but his Geth are everywhere, and we've intercepted some comms referring to
As you
Saren.
can see by my
This
absolutely
is his
horrible
facility.
Witcher
There's no doubt
playthrough.
about that.
Kind of research.
What's Saren researching?
He's using the facility to breed an army of Krogan.
How is that possible?
Where did you
Apparently,
come
Saren
from?
has discovered a cure for the genophage.
What's so important about curing this genophage?
It's ad quote with as one word.
We introduced the genophage to the Krogan population after the uprising to quell their numbers.
I just didn't know if you were attached
Without
to
it, the
certain
Krogan will
characters.
quickly overrun the galaxy.
And
these Krogan follow Saren.
I don't know how to explain. Like, I kind of don't care about some of them, but I also, like, it would suck, I guess, like, if some of them. If I lost that character specifically. Oh, is it your buddy?
The Geth are bad enough, but a Krogan army. He'd be almost
Your lover
unstoppable.
boy.
Exactly my thoughts. We must ensure that this facility and its secrets are destroyed.
Destroyed? I don't think so. Our people are dying. This cure can save them.
If that cure leaves this planet, the Krogan will become unstoppable. We can't make the same mistake again.
We are not a mistake.
Is he going to be a problem? We already have enough angry Krogan to deal with.
He'll be fine. I'll talk to him.
I'd appreciate that, Commander. My men and I need to rethink our plan of attack. Can you give us some time?
Go ahead, Captain. I'll come back soon.
We won't be long, Commander. In the meantime, if you need any supplies, you can talk to Commander Rentola. He's in one of the tents nearby.
Looks like things are a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
Hey,
I wouldn't be so
Dan.
worried if it wasn't for Rex. He looks like he's gonna blow a gasket.
Enough about Rex.
You think I should go talk to him?
It wouldn't hurt. Well, it might actually. Just do it carefully.
I'll be careful, but be ready, just in case.
I'm always ready.
I'm always ready to kill Rex. I'm always ready to kill my teammates if I need to. Oh, oh. I forgot it moves your cursor when you fail. Shut up, Ashley. I'm trying to think of, like, who you would care about. There he is. Oh, wow.
This isn't right, Shepard. If there's a cure for the genophage, we can't destroy it.
I understand you're upset, but we both know Saren's the enemy here. He's the one you should be angry with.
Really? Saren created a cure for my people. You want to destroy it. Help me out here, Shepard. The lines between friend and foe are getting a little blurry from where I stand.
This isn't a cure, it's a weapon, and if Saren is allowed to use it, you won't be around to reap the benefits. None of us will.
That's a chance we should be willing to take. This is the fate of my entire people we're talking about. If you can't give me a better reason than this to destroy the hopes of my people, then I'm done with you.
I can't let you jeopardize the mission.
So that's it.
That was the wrong
all
one.
This time, and that's all I get from you. How can you not see what this means to the Krogan?
Yeah, this was the other one where I was like, oh, he might not like this one. Shoot. Or signal Ashley to shoot. Holy shit.
Rex, please. We can discuss this.
No more talk, Shepard. I've got to
Seek
do this
fluid
my
intake immediately.
God damn, Ashley.
I don't think so, friend.
God damn, Ashley. Like, was the extra 3 really necessary?
Why the hell did you do that? I was still talking to him.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I couldn't take the risk that he might injure you. Or worse.
That's not your call. Never do that again. Understood?
Understood.
Wait, what? Did you just kill him, Chief?
Better him than the commander.
Never do that again.
Yeah, I suppose.
Wow.
It won't be an easy fight, but we're ready when you... I'd rather have Rex on our side, but he chose his path.
She did not literally just say, I'd rather have him on our side, but he chose his path. After she fucking killed him.
I hope these Solarians can fight.
I'm ready to go when you are. Come on.
Wow. Like, okay, she killed him. Okay, like, wow. But then the 3 extra after he was already on the ground? What the fuck? Rex's best boy and she murdered him? Yeah, I had to really debate on that one conversation part, and yeah, it was the wrong one.
I'm sorry the Krogan couldn't be reasoned with. Shall I arrange for a council-sponsored service? Or should we dump his body in the swamps?
Oh, he was my friend.
We couldn't have gotten this far without him. We owe him a decent burial.
You have a strange code of honor, Commander Shepard. But I will see the
She says an
arrangements are
excuse to
made,
murder
assuming
him.
we survive the assault on Saren's base.
I assume that means you've come up with a plan.
Of sorts. We can convert our ship's drive system into a 20-kiloton ordnance.
I'm so sad for
Crude,
you.
but effective.
Nice. Drop that nuke from orbit,
Well,
and Saren can kiss
when it
his
comes
Turian
time
ass
later,
goodbye.
we'll probably kill her.
Unfortunately,
so.
the facility is too well fortified for that. We'll need to place the bomb at a precise location.
Where do we take the nuke? And how do we get there?
The bomb must be taken to the far side of the facility. Your ship can drop it off, but we'll need to infiltrate the base, disable the AA guns, and pacify any ground forces first.
You want us to go in on foot? We don't have enough men.
It does sound a bit risky. Is there no other way?
No, but I think we can work around that. I'm going to divide my men into 3 teams and hit the front of the facility. While we've got their attention, you can sneak your shadow team in the back.
You'll all be
It's a
killed.
good idea, but your people are going to get slaughtered.
We're tougher than we look, Commander. But it's true. I don't expect many of us will make it out alive. And that makes what I'm going to ask even more difficult. I need one of your men to accompany
Why does he keep cutting
to
off
help
text?
coordinate the teams.
2 wrongs don't make a right. First of all, she stepped out of command. She violated command. Like she I'm the captain, the commander. I'm in charge, and she made her own decision. So like that's like death sentence. And she murdered somebody, which is also like a death sentence. Can you do exclamation point murder, Yaga? I think that works.
That's actually murder. It's one of the worst crimes of all.
Still illegal.
Also illegal.
Yep.
We'll need someone who knows Alliance communication protocols.
Also
I
illegal.
volunteer, Commander.
Not so fast, LT. Commander Shepard will need you to arm the nuke. I'll go with the Solarians.
With all due respect, Gunnery Chief, it's not your place to decide.
Why is it that whenever someone says, with all due respect, they really mean kiss my ass?
Who would be better suited to the mission?
Either of these 2 will do, Commander. Both seem willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary, though if we are lucky, such sacrifices won't be required.
Williams, you'll accompany the captain. No heroics, understood?
Aye, aye, Commander.
I will have the ordnance loaded onto the Normandy and brief your crew on its detonation sequencing. Do you have any questions before we go, Commander?
The Normandy's picking me up. How will your teams escape the blast?
We will engage the Geth as long as possible. Once the bomb is in place, we will fall back to try and escape the blast radius. If we move quickly, we should be able to escape with acceptable casualties. If not, then our memories will live on as martyrs to a greater cause.
talk like this is a suicide
Rex
mission.
is one of the best boys. He's universally
I
beloved.
won't lie to you, Commander. There is a chance none of us will survive
I'm
this
sorry,
assault,
Yaga.
even your team. But we do what is necessary.
I really thought on that one for too
I'm ready
long.
when you are,
I should have
Captain.
just gone with my gut.
Excellent. Then if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare my men.
Well, this is it. Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone, LT. You too, Commander.
We'll be fine. You'll see.
Yeah, I just... Good luck.
It's a
Bye.
dangerous situation. Keep your eyes open and be ready for anything.
You bet, Commander.
You all know the mission and what is at stake. I have come to trust each of you with my life, but I have also heard murmurs of discontent. I share your concerns. We are trained for espionage. We would be legends, but the records are sealed. Glorying in battle is not our way. Think of our heroes. The Silent Step, who defeated a nation with a single shot. Or the Ever Alert, who kept armies at bay with hidden facts.
I like his helmet.
These giants do not seem to give us solace here, but they are not all that we are. Before the network, there was the fleet. Before diplomacy, there were soldiers. Our influence stopped the Rachni, but before that, we held the line. Our influence stopped the Krogan, but before that, we held the line. Our influence will stop Saren.
Like
In the battle
Aragorn right
today,
now.
We will
It is not
hold the line.
this day.
Good luck, Commander. I hope we will meet again.
Aww. Poor Rex. The fact that it keeps him on the team or the squad screen is kind of just like insult to injury.
Com check. Do you read me, Commander?
Loud and clear.
Good. We'll start our push. We'll try to make it to the AA guns, but it might be up to you to finish the job. And Commander, if you see any way to undermine their defenses, we could definitely use...
That's nice. Okay, I have no points. Okay. I still think that's the best for now. But wait. Can I change my things? Typically less than a standard round. Yeah, I don't want that. Alright, I'll leave that the way it is. Okay. Are there people who actually do like her? Like, are there Ashley stans?
Shadow is on the ground. Repeat, Shadow is on the ground.
No, I don't have the right
Final line.
Right
Tieto teams, move. Time to get some attention.
There are... That's wild. Which is baffling. That is a little on the baffling side, I'm not gonna lie. How are you alive?
Monolith is under coordinated crossfire. Check for long-range turrets helping the Geth target.
Not many, but they do exist. That's wild. Like, obviously, that death is avoidable, so there are people who might, like, be like, oh, she's a cool little bean. Come on. Oh my god, as soon as I moved to try to shoot lower. Shoot this guy. Can I hit him? Maybe. Oh, where you going? Where you going? Aw. Come on. Get out, get out. Take out those hostiles. Even if you avoid that death, she still has a personality. Well, I mean, yeah, I get that, but like, I could understand how people are like, oh, it's fine, because if you don't experience that, then like, why would you care? What? This is not good. I'm very not good right now. Yep. I should have been paying attention to my health. Alright. Right here? Okay, right here. Perfect.
Shadow is on the ground. Repeat,
The way they
Shadow
charge.
is on the ground.
I don't want that. Come on, I just want this. The switching takes entirely too long, in my opinion.
Time to get some attention.
Cover. Look at this. Look at the crawl. Look at the crawl. Look at the crawl. Look at the crawl. Little duck. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know you've seen a lot of ducks, but I don't see any ducks that, like that. Get out of cover! Just squat. Oh, see, it did the thing where they, like, reset. It's so annoying. Ducks love sniping. Sniper, no sniping. Was that too far? That might be too far there. Oh, does she have a sniper on? Are you sniping, my bitch? What the fuck? Holy hell. I've been sniping for 5 hours. Go. How come you won't go? Need to make food? Oh, what kind of food? I'm jealous. Who are you shooting at? Oh, right there. Oh my gosh, she's gonna get killed by that guy. Yeah. Alright. Alright, you. Oh, you're blocked. Why? Are you... Oh, you're not. Okay. Bro. Then... sabotage. And I will... overload. Overload. Wow. That was fun. Okay, who's the last one? Who's the last one?
Curious. The Geth certainly wanted to keep us away from that outpost.
Or is that all of them? Oh my gosh, did we do it? Did we do it? Hello? Geth communications disrupted. Oh, nope. There we go. Whee! Oh shit. Go this way. Quick. No. There we go. Take all. Okay. Now what? Is it... Was that it? Oh, sounds like there's gonna be more anemones now. Oh, okay, or the music just stopped? Okay.
Something scrambled. They're targeting. We got a shot. Chief Williams, take the heat off Manavai.
Where? Ah! What are you shooting at? Oh, wow. Okay. There's another guy around the corner. Oh, it's scientists. These guys. Oh shit. I hate these guys so much. Dude. Dude. Holy drones. The drones are like
They're calling sat strike.
ridiculously powerful for just being these little tiny drones. Alright. You can't do it. So that's awesome. Okay. Switch to sniper. Step out. Switch. They always put the shields up. It's such a bitch move. Alright, so that's... Oh, he's not dead? Oh, okay. Now he's dead. Don't see any others yet. Ad break beginning in 2 minutes. Alright, do I go... I'm assuming I'm going up. Like in this, yeah, there's the marker. I see you. I see you. I see you. I need to know like the range on my sentinel abilities. I think he's dead. He's not. He's getting all of his health back. Why? What? Why did he get all of his health back? That's BS. Well, now he's actually dead and he's not gonna reboot. Okay. This is quest.
This world is beautiful. Too bad it's been contaminated by Saren and his gas.
I don't know which is worse.
I don't know. Is it underneath me? Hold on. Let's see.
We're getting pounded. Bunker up before the aircraft return.
Oh, you're getting pounded. Okay. This one. Oh, come here. Come here, let me shoot that dude. Okay. Not sure if this is where I'm supposed to be going, but I feel like it goes around and under. Is the exclamation point? Yeah, see the exclamation points? Oh shit. Okay, I hate this. Okay, that's pretty cool. What was that? This one? Alright, sabotage. You have sabotage. Okay. Didn't really work. That's crazy. Get flyers destroyed. Okay. I don't even know if this is the right way. I'm just kinda just going. Hi Thor, how you doing? Welcome in. Alright, so here's a bunch of shields. See any guys yet?
Air threat is not materialized. You need to get some help from Shadow.
Can I get behind this? How come I could stand behind it before and now I can't? This game is so silly. I outsniped the sniper. Where is he? He's over here. I can't. Okay, I guess I can't do it. Yeah, see, I can't. How are you? I'm good. How are you, Thor? What you been playing lately? Go there. Let me get. Yeah, I got that one. Okay. So it's just this big guy who is very confused. Oh, there's two. Nice. Oh, Tally, no! Tally, no! Alright, let's get this guy there. How does he get his health back? Look! What the heck? What is that? Okay, that's one down. Oh wait, it didn't do this because I changed my thing. That's right. Get up, Tally. There we go. Alright, get out of cover. There we go. Oh, she's immediately gonna get got again. Alright, alright, Tally. Do that. No. Do that. And then you do shit. No, do that one. I'll do no. Okay. Is it dead? Yeah, he's dead. He's dead and floating. Alright. Okay. Give Jack a cookie. He's actually over here too. And it's actually, what a coincidence too, because today, as sad and unfortunate as it is, today happens to be the 1-year anniversary of Juju's passing. So let's definitely give Juju some little extra love with this one, please. By 4 points. Let's go. Tally. Oh, let's give Tally this advanced. There we go. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Oh, you can't toggle Tally's helmet. I got excited and I was like, whoa. But they debated you. You can't. All right. Okay. All right. What were we doing? What are you? Oh, a surge laughter.
Shadow team must be getting close. Hold the line, men. Hold the line.
Hold the line. You guys are doing great. You're doing so great. You should be using pistols. You should be using that. I will use... I'll keep my sniper. I've been doing okay with the sniper. What the heck? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Sorry, I just happened to notice that there were people in one of the voice chats in my work Discord, and I was just like, what the heck? Like, who is in a meeting right now? But they're literally playing Minecraft,
alarms from here. Maybe
which
even
is
trigger
very
alarms
funny.
on the far side of the base. It'll clear the guards out for us, but they might be too much for the Solarian teams to handle.
Very funny. Okay, might be too much for the Solarians to handle.
Just disable the alarms. We can handle any guards inside.
Okay. So, alright, can you guys move, please? First of all... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. I need to go piss girl before we start this part of the fight. Oh, I already started it. Okay, hold on. Alright. We're gonna do a quick piss girl. I will be right back. Hopefully I can I leave it here? And I won't get killed? You guys can have some jams? Okay. Ready. Ready to fight. Okay. Wait, why are they... Wait. Aren't these, like, our friends? Oh, they're indoctrinated. Oh, whoa, 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 move. This is what I hate about this stupid... What-you-call-it. Oh my god, bro. Literally find anyone else. Holy fuck, dude. I'm gonna die because look at him. He has not stopped punching me since I walked in the door. Holy shit. Like, what the actual fuck? He's like, fuck you specifically in particular. You do that. You do that. Heal before we go in. Okay. Wait, did I? Okay. That was crazy.
Penalty must be getting close. Hold the line,
Fuck
men.
you in particular,
Hold the
my
line.
guy. Okay. Let's try again. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Open.
It'll clear the guards out for us, but they might be too much for the Solarian teams to handle.
They've got
Just
enough
disable
trouble.
the alarms. We can handle any guards.
Yeah,
inside.
I don't want to bring out too much heat than I need to. Oh my gosh, you need to go in. That sucks. Alright. Alright. I can't see you with you bitches in the way. Holy shit. Come back over here. Alright. He's dead. Oh, these guys. They're so weak. Woo-hoo-hoo. Okay, my dude. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Get back up, silly blue girl. Now is not nappy time. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, a juggernaut. Okay, I am not a fan. No. Okay. Holy shit. Got him. Got him. Just... Ba-da-da-da-da. DJ, I didn't realize you're still here. Thank you, Ping. And your luck res run dry? No, no, no. It happens. Who'd that? It showed me their name for a second and now I can't see it. Okay. Okay. Oh, open. Open! My dudes, it didn't have to be this way.
I don't want them to bunker up. Got 'em out.
My dudes, it didn't have to be this way. Not 11 p.m. I know, but I'm just saying thanks for being here. Just saying thanks for being here. Oh. Whoa. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Dr. Droyos. I can't shoot my weapons. I'm overheated. I'm overheated. Oh my god, everything is not good right now. Everything is very bad right now. I can't shoot still.
This is the glorious salvation of my species.
How long does that shit last? Oh my god, I probably have so much to do over again, don't I? Ugh. Damn, how long does the dampen or whatever that effect was last? 'Cause that was a long time. Okay, guess we're gonna try that again. Now we have to beat all those scary runny guys again. Alright, so we're gonna do the same thing.
To base secured. We can cut the alarms from here, maybe even trigger alarms on the far side of the base. It'll clear the guards out for us, but they might be too much for the Solarian teams to handle.
Just disable the alarms. We can handle any guards inside.
Okay. Let's do this right this time. Let's pick him up. We'll sabotage it. No, we'll overload him and sabotage him. Okay, first of all, I have the wrong weapon on still. This guy again. Alright. Overload, throw, and hacking. Nice, okay. Oh. As soon as I was like, I need to heal, I got shot. I think I was shot from the other side, actually. Damn. The healing is so slow. I have to, like, you have to be kind of more on top of it because you need to, it takes like such a long time. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain, but you get it, I'm sure. Okay, try again. Okay, push the button. Bum, 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 bum. I need to go back to... I need to go back to, like, the big, like, the ship, like, the big one that I was at, like, the Citadel or whatever, so I can buy more shit.
It'll clear the guards out for us, but they might be too much for the Solarian teams to handle.
Just disable the alarms.
Okay.
We can handle any guards inside.
Okay. Open. Alright, go in. And go in. Okay, go in and go in. You guys are doing wonderful. Alright. First, heal before I go in. Okay. Change my weapon also. Okay. Okay. Big boy. Big boy. Alright. Lift. No. You lift. Me sabotage. You... What? Another big boy's here. Not what I expected. I'm gonna die. Alright, back off, my guy. Okay, jeez. Jeez. That one up. That one up. Can't save. Okay. I think I can't save if there's, like, still a hostile. I think that's how it works. I don't know why I'm so itchy. Like, I literally showered last night before I went to bed. Like, I should be... I don't know why I'm so itchy. Clearly, I'm gonna have to shower again before bed. Alright, let me... Oh, I didn't get him that time? Damn. Okay. Alright. Lift.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
No. Lift. Overload. All right. Here you go, DJ. Ugh. Aid station. Okay. Now, hopefully I won't die from that rando guy this time. Oh, I can save. Because there's no hostiles, I think. A fan pee. Okay, so this is where it was. Okay. Open. Okay. No. Alright, so I can move this way. Oh. Okay, this is different. I didn't go this way last time. Is this a button?
Oh, you're not a Gath.
No, I'm not.
You're not wearing a lab coat.
I'm not.
Glad to see you. Lieutenant Gonto Imnes of the 3rd Infiltration Regiment, captured during recon. I assume the fleet was called in to destroy the base?
I'm all you get.
Transmission wasn't clear. Fleet's not coming.
I don't understand. Like, they keep saying the transmission wasn't clear, so the fleet's not coming. Like, how was that unclear? You know what I mean? Like,
indoctrinated. He knew about the breeding grounds. That the indoctrination is a greater threat, and far more horrifying. I watched good people reduced to mindless husks. Wasn't anything like it. Others died during the experiments. I envied them.
I can trust you.
I'm opening your cell. Then you're on your own.
Don't look back and hope to outrun the blast.
Wow.
A better chance than I had before you showed up. Thank you, human. And good luck. You'll need it.
Okay. Can I let the other ones out?
These look docile. Their minds are gone.
Should I let them out?
What drove Saren to this? It is cruel beyond measure.
Oh. Is it safer to keep them there? I don't know.
Open the doors. Give them a chance to outrun the blast.
They're gonna die.
Are you sure, Shepard? At best, they might hurt themselves. If there is any sense left in them, they might be directed to harm us.
Oh, but they'll die.
Leave them. Let's get moving.
It's safest, but I would prefer they be put out of their misery.
Oh, I don't know what to do. Conflicted. They're gonna die anyway, aren't they? Making the tough choice. I know, I don't know what to do. No, I'm gonna leave them there. They're gonna die anyway. That sucks. Ugh, I feel terrible. Good luck with the moral crisis. Good night, DJ. Thank you for hanging out. Is this where I went last time? No. I went in the elevator last time. Or the elevator, like, room thing. Door. Investigate. What'd that do? Oh, oh, oh. I forgot it moves my thing. Shit. Oh my god, that's... Ah! Okay, go. Okay. What'd that do? Nothing. I don't know if it... Are these ones crazy too? Oh, no. He's indoctrinated. Okay. Alright, so there was... Yeah, there's another stairwell over here. Oh, I see red dots. Red dots mean anemones. Oh, go over there. You go in there. Okay, so down. Are there any other options? Just down. Ooh, Ludies. Oh, it's red. It's, what are you shooting at? It's red. Whoa. This is a bunch of level 5 weapons. Take all. Hell yeah, okay. Wait, can you sort these? Yes, sort by level. Okay, cool. Sort by level. There we go. So level 6, let's go. Okay. Level 5. Nice. Oh, see, that goes from 2 to 4 to... Damn. Alright. A Raikou. Heatsink capacity. Damn. 187. Wow. It's not quite as accurate, but let's see. 108, 108, 148. Alright. Remains. Omni tool. Oh. So my tech cooldown goes way up, but my shield and my med recharge go way down. Wow, I just went from... Okay, dope. Wow, what an armor upgrade there. Okay. Ew, it's so ugly. No. Alright. What does she have now? Wait, why can't she use that? Oh, because it's light. She can't use light. Oh, there we go. Survivor 2. Wow. So she starts with, like, better than this. Oh, poor. She still has nothing. Like, I still have nothing to give her. That sucks. Alright. Your Lancer. Your Lancer. Okay. Yes. What do you have now? Scimitar 1. Give you this one. Okay, pistol. Yeah. I don't know where I got all of this, like, insane stuff from. Like, just so suddenly, but that's fine, I guess. Alright, I'm going... no, I'm not. I'm gonna leave both of them. I'm gonna leave both of them. Alright. So you can go... Damn. Alright, whatever. That's fine. If I, like, think about it too much, I'll never get out of this screen. Okay. Now, gotta do the same thing with her. She's got an Avenger 2. Let's give her a Banshee. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Avenger. Leave that, and I don't have. I can't believe I still don't have any armor for her. That's craziness. No armor. Oh, look how cute you look. I don't look like mustard anymore, so that's cool, I guess. Yeah, see, I can't open that. So what is missing? Oh. 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 Hold on a second. I just got armor. Oh, I still can't use it though? Oh, because it's medium Krogan. Damn. I got really excited for a second. I was like, oh my god, I just got armor for her. But it's not. Damn it. I still have no freaking armor for her. That's crazy. Alright. So, how do I get in this room? Like, why? I know. Do I have to do the room with the scientist then? Okay, I'm confused. Alright, hold on, let's go back. Maintenance bay. Can't open. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I go back? Oh, maybe I have to go in the elevator? And do that part with the doctor that killed me last time? You're not loot? You look like loot. You look like you should be loot. The music kind of like makes me feel a little bit on edge. Okay, light armor human. Onyx 5. No. Ooh, this might be better for her, though. It's actually the teeny tiniest bit better. Wait, what? Where did that come from? Oh, it's got lower shields. Okay. So then... shield modulator? Okay. Okay. Now, she should have... this one. Okay. And then I still don't have anything for her. Damn. This poor girl has level 1 armor on. Just 5 damage protection. This poor girl. Okay. Dang. Dang. This poor girl. I feel like I'm gonna get rid of the trivia part of Frosty Tools. It's just, it's always so ridiculous and obscure, and it's like, who, holy shit, like, who knows any of that stuff? You know what I mean? Like, who knows any of that? Oh, I was so close on that one. Okay, this one. Just go. Can I use? There we go. Take all. Okay, these are still weapons. None of these are armor for my gal pal here. Okay, I feel like I did the— yeah, see, this is where, like, the doctor is. And it's crazy in here. Alright. Doctor. Okay. Lift him. No, you lift. I override. You do this. Ooh. Okay, he's dead. Alright. 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 Let's get this wackadoo scientist over here. Ooh. Husk. Husk. What the heck? Why did they, like... they take so long. Okay, she's dead. Ooh, those are bionic amps. Okay. Ammo upgrades. Okay, that's a door. What else do we have? I need armor for my gal pal. You didn't answer what kind. I'm offended before you left. Just saying. Just saying. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ooh, yay! Oh, wait. I don't think she can use that. I don't think she can use that. Nope. She still can't use it. I'm just collecting armor she still can't use. Alright, my bionic. Ooh, no. Ew. Ew, no. White rice and orange chimkin, and I collect more baby to be eggs. Listen. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that your friend died. Good job. Crying eyes, okay. I'm just mad at Ash. No, I know, but like, I do feel kind of bad because like I said, I sat on that one conversation choice for like a long time. And I was like, I don't know which one is gonna be the right one. And it clearly was not that one. Hello?
Don't shoot!
Oh.
Please, I just want to get out of
I
here before
literally
it's too late.
almost did. Who are ya?
Let's hear it. Who are you and what do you want? Granite the Noctis, neurospecialist. But this job isn't worth dying over, or worse.
Or
You
worse.
think the indoctrination only affects
Okay,
prisoners?
fucking
Sooner or
Hermione
later,
Granger.
Saren will want to dissect my brain too.
Why?
I thought this was a breeding facility. Not this level. We're studying Sovereign's effect on
I like her
organic
little
life. At least that's what
whiskers.
I assumed. Saren kept us in the dark as much as possible.
Helped him, and you do not even know why.
I didn't have the option of negotiating. This position is a little more permanent than I had expected. But I can help you. This elevator behind me goes to Saren's private lab. I can get you in. See? Full access. All of Saren's private
Oh,
files.
wow.
Are we good? Can I go?
Tell me about your
What are you
research.
studying here? It's It's that ship, Sovereign. It emits some kind of signal.
I have an
Undetectable,
itch,
but it's
like,
there.
on my back
I've seen
that's
the
like...
effects. Saren uses it to influence his followers, to control them. It's called indoctrination.
Yeah,
Direct
I've been
exposure
fighting
to
them the
signal
whole time.
turns you into
But thank
a
you.
mindless slave, like the Solarian test subjects. But there's collateral damage too.
Alright, get out.
I'm gonna blow this place to hell and gone. If you wanna make it out alive,
Get
you gotta
out of
start
here.
What? You can't. But I'll never. Ah!
I did not. That's so mean, Tally. I did not. I did not. I did not hit her. I did not. I did not. Bum, bum, bum. This is like gets so intense, this music. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. We're going for a ride in the elevator. Uppy uppies. Or maybe we're going downies? I don't know. In the elevator. Oh my gosh, guys. I don't know if you can see it or not. No, you probably can't see it. So when I got home from work, I like sat down at my desk to eat my dinner and like play a little bit of Planet Craft before stream. And I went to go like pull my leg onto my chair like I always do. And I hit my knee like right on the edge of like where my kneecap is. On the edge of my desk. I hit it so hard. I literally like was seeing stars. And now it's like all red and black and blue and it's not pretty.
Shepard, look over here. It's another beacon, like the one on Eden Prime.
Do you mean look here? I know, it hurts so bad. Like it really, 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 really hurts. My eyes are like bugging. Wonder what I have to make that I could make a snacky. I don't think I have any snacky stuff. I think I actually have to make things. For sure. Sucks. What time is it?
I get the feeling something bad is about
I might
to
actually
happen.
call it after this, like,
are not Saren.
sequence here.
What is that? Some kind of VI
I don't know how long
interface?
it's gonna take.
Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh. You touch my mind, fumbling in ignorance.
I don't touch anybody's mind.
Of understanding.
I do not think this is a VI.
There is a realm of existence so far beyond your own, you cannot even imagine it. I am beyond your comprehension. I am sovereign.
I feel like... See, this is like... I think Fallout does this too. Where like, you'll pick an option that will be like, oh, the ship, like ask a question or whatever, but it'll... Like the actual response that they say is like so far off sometimes and you're like, why? That's not what I chose. All right, I want to ask this one or this one.
Sovereign isn't just some Reaper ship Saren found. It's an actual Reaper.
Reaper, a label created by the Protheans to give voice to
Has that ever happened to you, Dave, when you've been playing a game?
what they chose to call us is irrelevant.
Like, I think Baldur's Gate did that sometimes too.
The Protheans vanished 50,000 years ago. You could not have been there. It's impossible.
Fred, good morning. Hello. Happy time zone to you.
Accident. Your lives are measured in years and decades. You wither and die. We are eternal, the pinnacle of evolution and existence. Before us, you are nothing. Your extinction is
Music is so
inevitable.
creepy.
We are the end of everything.
We are Venom. I'm not alone.
There's an
Yeah.
entire galaxy of races united and ready to face you.
Confidence born of ignorance. The cycle cannot be broken.
Cycle? What cycle?
The pattern has repeated itself more times than you can fathom. Organic civilizations rise, evolve, advance, and at the apex of their glory, they are extinguished. The Protheans were not the first. They did not create the Citadel. They did not forge the mass relays. They merely found them. The legacy of my kind.
Reapers are really good sci-fi baddies. I mean, just the name Reaper usually implies that it's a good baddie. A good baddie.
Why would you construct the mass relays, then leave them for someone else to find?
Your civilization is based on the technology of the mass relays. Our technology. By using it, your society develops along the paths we desire. We impose order on the chaos of organic evolution. You exist because we allow it, and you will end because we demand it.
They are harvesting us, letting us advance to the level they need, then wiping us out.
Where did you come from?
Evil robot cuttlefish.
We have no beginning.
Yeah.
We have no end. We are infinite.
We are
Millions
Venom.
of years after your civilization has been eradicated and forgotten, we will endure.
Where are the rest of the Reapers? Are you the last of your kind?
We are Legion. The time of our return is coming.
We
Our
are
numbers will darken
We
the sky
are Venom. I keep saying we are Venom as a joke, but like, this is what's happening right now.
What do you want from us? Slaves? Resources?
My kind transcends your very understanding. We are each a nation, independent, free of all weakness. You cannot even grasp the nature of our existence.
You're not even alive. Not really. You're just a machine, and machines can be broken.
Your words are as empty as your future. I am the vanguard of your destruction. This exchange is
A good movie night, The Venom. Yeah, there's only 2 of them. Do you guys want to keep voting, or do you just want me to pick shit?
We got trouble.
What's wrong?
Hit me, Joker.
That ship's Sovereign? It's moving. I don't know what you did down there, but that thing just pulled a turn that would shear any of our ships
I'm the
in half.
vanguard of your destruction. It's a wepic line, indeed.
It's hard. We need to wrap things up in there fast.
This console is no longer functioning. Ideas, Commander Shepard?
Let's head to the breeding facility. Joker can pick us up after we set the nuke.
Joker. Joker. Joker, what a joker. Put up good choices. I just put up things that I like or that I want to watch. Like, I really love Mad Max, and I haven't seen Furiosa yet. And as soon as I saw that they added it to HBO, I was like, oh, bet. Like, I'll throw that in there for movie night.
Engaging target.
Okay.
Perimeter clear.
Yeah, returning from your position, J.I.L.
Because girl power? I mean, like, girl power is cool and all, but sometimes it's like, bleh, overdone. You know? Like, sometimes you're like, okay, I get it. he got up. I like how I should definitely be, you know, like taking cover and stuff, but has practically no lines from what I've heard. That's okay. Doesn't need to be a lot of talking for it to be a good movie. Like, did you guys see 65 with Adam Driver? So there wasn't a lot of talking in that. She's badass though. Yeah. No? Oh. It's about dinosaurs and it has Adam Driver in it, so 2 + 2 equals obviously. What that? Giraffe-rig. That's an ugly Pokemon. It's supposed to be a Giraffe-rig, but it's ugly. Holy smokes. This one's gonna be tough. Light armor human, medium armor Krogan. Still no light armor for robot lady. Which I keep forgetting what her thing is, but it's not Krogan. It's the T one. I saw the movie with the deaf lady that has sex with Fishman. Okay, but like The Shape of Water is not even remotely like close to... That's an artistic film. This is supposed to be an action adventure. I don't know. What is Mad Max? It's an action movie, right? These bitches just like get their health back. Main characters don't talk? True. True. True dat. True dat. You're shooting at nothing, my dude, just so you know. Just so you know. Alright, you do that. Ooh, I went down. I didn't mean to go down. Bruh. Why do they get their health back? Thank you. Thank y'all. The rocket drones? Oh yeah, no, there's already been a couple, yeah. Y'all, that's not my first rodeo. V for very heels. Hello. Okay. Cool. That's all cool. This is so cool. All of that's cool. But you know what would be really, really, really super cool? If you gave me armor for my gal pal here. That's not very nice. That's not very nice. Pally? Yeah, my gal pal. That's what I said. Oh, that one was in green. That was weird. Yeah, she still has level 1. I haven't picked up a single armor that she can use. Like, I'm on level... Me and Aziz Ansari are on level 5, and she's still on level 1. I can't find any armor for her. Aquarian armor, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I haven't found any.
We need to clear the gate and set those charges.
Can you open? Thank you. You creepy crawlies. I don't like you. I don't like you. not stand in front of me, though? Boss man. Boss lady man. Great, come on, let's go.
Charger set. Everyone bunker down. Bunker down.
Bunker!
All right. Nice work. That's one less thing to worry about. Commander, I'm bringing us in.
Oh, okay.
I'll get as close to the site as I can.
I thought this was... Have you been pondering who must die? I'm pretty sure, like, I saw, like I said, I think I saw, like, a Watch Mojo video or something. I'm pretty sure it's Caden or Ashley. Yeah, but you decide? Yeah. Is that a question?
Bomb is in position. We're all set here.
Commander, can you read me?
He definitely listens to MCR. His name is K-Dan. K-Dan.
The nuke is almost ready. Get to the rendezvous point, Williams.
The rendezvous.
The Geth have us pinned down on the AA tower. We've taken heavy casualties. We'll never make the rendezvous point in time.
Hold tight. We're coming to get you.
Negative! Just make sure that nuke is set! We'll hold them as long as we...
It's okay, Commander. I need a couple of minutes to finish arming the bomb. Go get them and meet me back here.
Up to the AA tower. Move!
Alright, well I guess her, because I've got her armor now. Do I have armor for him? No. I'm just gonna keep my girl squad, even though Tali is just gonna die every time anyone breathes in her general direction. Do I have any? I do. Charm. Yeah, I use throw, I guess. Charm could have saved Rex. Man, my charm is what, 6? I don't think I've upgraded charm in a little while because I haven't been shopping in so long. Yaga, don't worry. We're gonna let her die. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Okay. Let's see. Holy smokes. That's way better. Okay. The Naginata. Not really that much better. Okay. Gemini. Yeah, see, none of these are better. Okay. And then that one and that one. Yeah, these aren't better than what I've got on already. Is it better for her though, is the question? No. No. And yeah, Tali still has nothing. Tali still has a level 1. Alright, let's give Tali some better weapons then, since she be struggling. Oh, she needs good pistols because she's got the, like I said, she's got the pistol bonus thing. Alright. Raikou. Yeah. This is a bop right now. Yeah, I'll have to get more. So, wait, doesn't she have stuff? Yeah, she does. She does. Okay. Let's go. Alright, let's go. Are we going up the waterfall? Where are we going? Wait, is there any looties? No looties? No loot? What the fuck? No booty in them thar seas? I know, what the fuck? Hello? 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 Out that way? To the breeding trench? Oh, yeah, there it is. I didn't see it from the other sides. Was the boxes in the way? To the breeding trench! That sounds like another thing, another word for vagina. Hey, 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 hey. Can't see through Tali. But I think there's a man here. I think there's a man here. I didn't name it. Why are you coming at me like that? I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Throw mastery. You're a master at throwing bitches. Yo. I swear. I swear. Bitches. 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 Wait, why did they get their health back? I don't like it. Yeet Master 3000. I know, I got a little yeety trophy. It said, congratulations on yeeting. Okay. Oh, this way. This is the only way I can go. Oh, looties. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Do you have armor? No. Feel like garbage? Why?
It appears the Geth have sent reinforcements.
Well, I mean, also, what else is new?
Just spotted a troop ship headed to your location.
It's already here. There's Geth pouring out all over the bomb site.
Can you hold them off?
There's too many. I don't think we can survive until you get here. I'm activating the bomb.
Wait, I thought I get to choose.
Alenka, what are you doing?
I'm just making sure this bomb goes off, no matter what. It's done, Commander. Go get Williams and get the hell out of here.
Screw that. We can handle ourselves. Go back and get
Oh,
Alenko.
here it is. Hi,
Alenko.
bitch.
Radio Joker and tell him to meet us at the bomb site.
Yes, Commander.
You know it's the right choice, LT.
Fight hard, Chief. Die proud.
Of course.
Aye, Commander.
Die proud. Die proud. Aye, aye, Commander. Fucking lol. Die proud. I don't know where to go. Do I go this way? No, I go back to him, right? Yeah, I go back to him. That's right. Die, bitch. Listen, she violated like a direct order-ish thing. Violated. She committed murder. Alien rights. She committed the murders. Oh hey, I am here. I'm back. I'm back. Did you miss me? Oh, heals. No, I said heal. I said heals. I'm gonna die. I literally said heals. Why? Why? Oh my god, I literally have to go all the way fucking back, don't I? Ugh. It's fucking Elden Ring bullshit. Get to kill Ashley again? I mean, we technically didn't kill her the first time. She didn't die yet. Wow. I don't like that they get their health back. It's so frustrating. Oh my god, he's gonna get all his health back. Yeah. Knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off. Go. Let's go. Fine, we get to sentence her again. What if I just swap it around this time? I'm just like, oopsie. Alright, so let's go. Let's go get this loot. Maybe this loot will change and it'll be armor. For Tally Ho. No. Okay. Can I skip?
It appears the Geth have sent reinforcements.
Heads up, LT.
It's already here. There's
Okay, how bad? Okay.
Can you hold them off?
Too many.
I'm activating the
Hold
bomb.
on. I want to do it exactly the same so I don't fuck it up.
Sure it's done, Commander.
Screw that. We can handle ourselves.
Okay.
Go back and get Alenko.
You, Caden.
Alenko. Radio Joker and tell him to meet us at the bomb site.
Yes, Commander.
You know it's the right choice, LT.
Die proud.
Fight hard, Chief. Die proud.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Die proud, bitch. Alright, let's go back now. Right. Am I healed? I'm good. Okay. Die proud. Alright. You know I'm a piece of trash, LT. Listen. Everyone's a little trashy from time to time. Wait, do you have... Wait, why do you have a shotgun? Oh, you have shotgun points, I guess. That's fine. It's the only time it's forced on you. Well, that's good at least. And it's not like a consistent thing, sentencing your friends to death and stuff, you know? Okay. Geth Prime? What is Geth Prime? This is pistol damage. Oh, you guys are both jammed. Great. Alright, are you still jammed? Okay, good. Alright, lift. Throw. No. Ooh, he's gonna land right on me. I'm literally shooting her in the back of the head because she's just in front of me. What? Wait, why are we back on the sniper now? I didn't select that one. Okay, I guess, sure. Come on. Pop bottle! Let's go! How's stream? Pop bottle raid! Hi, Galaxy! Retro, what did we play tonight? What did we play tonight? How's stream? Welcome in. If you have to raid and run because it is very late, I completely understand. Hello, hi. Welcome in, raiders. Let me just watch this cutscene really quick. Hold on. Is she gonna really try to shoot him?
I applaud you, Shepard. My Geth were utterly convinced the Solarians were the real threat. An impressive diversion.
Interesting.
Of course, it was all for nothing.
Some SpongeBob.
I can't let you disrupt what I've accomplished here. You can't possibly understand what's really at stake.
I can wait. Okay. Woo! There we go. I can wait now. I was nervous for a second that I was gonna be stuck in like a super long cutscene right as I got a raid. First of all, hello, hi, welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Second of all, if you have to raid and run, by all means, that includes the raider and the raidees. If anybody needs to get going because it is late, by all means, take care of yourself. Which SpongeBob were you playing? I used to play, oh my gosh, I think what was the one? It was on PS2. I can't even remember, but that was the last SpongeBob game I played. Hello, raiders. Welcome in. If you are new here, hello, my name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. Today we are playing Mass Effect for the first time. It was gifted to me by my very good friend, Baba Yaga Witch. This was a requested game that my community has been asking for a few years, so we decided to finally give it a try. Yeah, I play everything: Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. If this is your first time here, I hope you've got your popcorn and your cozy blanket ready. I've got a little trailer that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. You guys know the deal. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in a second. What? there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that dog.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I can see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees.
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening?
I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhas? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Hop, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Galaxy, good to see you as always. How are you doing, my friend? Forgot about the amount of flag markers we had in the forest. So many. So many. But yeah, as I was saying, this is my first playthrough, so no spoilers, no backseaties. But yeah, we're fighting. I've been calling everybody the wrong names. Ashley shot Rex and killed Rex, so R.I.P. Rex. And now I was just given the option to save Ashley or to save another member of my crew, and I saved the other member of my crew because she pissed me off. So we're fighting Saren, who, or not fighting, but we're confronting Saren for the first time. And he's, I'm assuming, the big bad of the game so far, maybe-ish. But okay. It was all for nothing. I can't let it just hope I have accomplished. You can't possibly understand what's at stake. So make me understand.
Why are you doing this?
You've seen the vision from the beacons, Shepard. You of all people.
But they don't mean anything. The visions are nothing.
They cannot be stopped. Do not mire yourself in pointless revolt. Do not sacrifice everything for the sake of petty freedoms. The Protheans tried to fight.
His hoverboard? I like his like weird eyeballs. His like robot eyes.
They had bowed before the invaders. Would the Protheans still exist? Is submission not preferable to extinction?
It's not that simple.
Do you really believe the Reapers will let us live?
Now you see why I never came forward with this to the Council. We organics are driven by emotion instead of logic.
He's been modded by the Robo Cuttlefish. Yeah, no, I see that. I see.
But if we
I just like the color blue that they glow.
If we make ourselves useful, think how many lives could be spared. Once I understood this, I joined Sovereign. Though I was aware of the dangers, I had hoped this facility could protect me.
They always think they're doing the right thing. Like, they always think they're doing the right thing.
You're afraid Sovereign is influencing you. You're afraid he's controlling your thoughts.
I've studied the effects of indoctrination. The more control Sovereign exerts,
Things being useful.
the less
Exactly.
capable
We'll save
the
anybody.
subject becomes. That is my saving grace. Sovereign needs me to find the conduit. My mind is still my own, for now. But the transformation from ally to servant can be subtle, I will not let it happen to me.
Tell me why Sovereign needs the conduit. Tell me what it is. Maybe we can find a way to stop them.
The conduit is the key to your destruction and my salvation. Sovereign needs my help to find it. That is the only reason I have not been indoctrinated.
You are, though.
Sovereign's manipulating you. You don't even know it.
You are, though.
No, Sovereign needs me. If I find the conduit, I've been promised a reprieve from the inevitable. This is my only hope.
You're an idiot.
Why are the Geth following Sovereign?
They believe Sovereign to be some kind of god. The pinnacle.
No, he needs me. Exactly. He's an idiot.
Deity is most telling. It is insulted. Sovereign does not desire the pitiful devotions the Geth hurl at it. They are just tools, and no amount of belief on their part will change that. But as tools, they are useful. They will survive the coming invasion. If organic life is to survive, we must also prove they're useful. We must work with the Reapers.
So I already said this, though, so...
Sovereign's manipulating you and you don't even know it. You're already under its power.
No, Sovereign needs me.
Okay, so now I can continue this conversation.
I've been promised a reprieve from the inevitable. This is my only hope.
You were a specter. You were sworn to defend the galaxy. Then you broke that vow to save yourself.
I'm not doing this for myself. Don't you see? Sovereign will succeed.
Stockholm syndrome.
My way is the only way any of us will survive. I'm forging an alliance between us and the Reapers, between organics and machines. And in doing so, I will save more lives than have ever existed. But you would undo my work. You would doom our entire civilization to complete annihilation. And for that, you must
Oh, I probably have to fight, don't I? Yep. Okay. Ooh, okay, I can't see shit. Okay, I am fried. Okay, can you, oh my god, stop. Please, I'm asking nicely. Oh, she stands up anyway. Okay, cool. Oh my. Try that. They're both blocked. That might be too far. Yeah, it's too far. Okay. Oh, because she's down. That's why. Oh. What the fuck happened? I just bitch slapped him. Oh, a set cutscene? That was so weird because he like threw something at me and then it like pulled me into this cutscene. I must have like gotten him down to like a certain HP or whatever.
All right, everybody,
Pick him up. I was like, let's fucking go. No way. Oh, I'm a beast. Oh god, that's too funny.
I can't believe that Ash didn't make it. How could we just leave her down there?
It was you or her.
There was no time. I couldn't save you both. The bomb was about to go off.
But why me? Why not her?
'Cause she a bitch.
It wasn't your call, Alenko. I had to choose. I chose you.
But if I'd done my job, you wouldn't have had to make that call.
We have to go on.
Williams is dead. We can't change
She's dead,
that.
okay?
But if we don't stop Sarah,
She's
her
dead,
sacrifice
okay?
was made in vain.
Yes, ma'am. We'll get it done.
Commander, excuse me for interrupting, but I have an idea. I think the beacon you found in Saren's base was similar to the one you found on Eden Prime. It may have filled in the missing pieces of your vision. I might be able to help you put all those pieces together.
Oh, we're gonna drift. We're gonna drift, guys. We're gonna pilot a Jaeger
You
together.
want to join our minds again, don't you? Okay, go ahead.
Your reaction in Caden's face, it was so pathetic. It was so pathetic. I wish I could do that. Imagine, oh my god, guys, imagine. Oh my god, what if? No, imagine if you could just close your eyes and open them, they're just black. I don't know why I even try to watch these. They don't fucking make sense. No more imagine. Okay, but what if? There are two phrases that I say that Yaga's terrified of. It's, okay, but imagine, and I'm gonna try something. Alright. So, okay, so what I did see is like, okay, so what there was like what looked like an explosion with like a couple of bodies like kind of disintegrating, and then it just looked like machinery and stuff. So I really don't know what I'm seeing.
Did the vision make any sense to you?
It's a distress call. A message sent out across the Prothean Empire. A warning against the Reapers,
yes.
but the warning came too late.
What about the conduit?
There were other images, locations, places I recognized from my research. Ilos! The conduit is on Ilos!
I've never heard that name before.
I am not surprised.
Her neck went
Ilos is in a
real
region
far,
space
holy.
accessible only through the Mu Relay, but the Mu Relay was lost thousands of years ago. Nobody knows where it is.
How do you lose a mass relay?
Mass effect.
Its original coordinates would place it deep inside the Terminus systems. Unfortunately, a star in one of those nearby systems went nova roughly 4,000 years ago. The shockwave sent the relay trillions of kilometers off course. Then the dust and the radiation from the exploding star engulfed that entire region in a dense nebula cloud. Finding any object in space is difficult. Finding the Mu relay inside a nebula cloud is virtually impossible. It would take decades.
So we can't find it?
Are you saying it's hopeless?
I am afraid so. Unless you somehow find the coordinates for the Mu relay, then it would be possible to... Oh... I am sorry. The joining
I thought she was going to be like, oh, here's the
I should
coordinates.
go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
Go ahead.
We're done here. Dismissed.
Dismissed.
Commander, there's a convoy nearby. I can link us in if you want to report back to the Citadel Council. You know, to warn them about Sovereign.
Fine.
Set the link up, Joker. They need to know.
Patching it through.
I hope you don't plan to cut us off like last time, Commander. What you discovered on Vermeer is too important.
Yeah.
Saren is formidable enough.
When I started tonight, I did. Your problems.
The Krogan would have served Sovereign.
Goodbye.
A Reaper.
I know, I want to again.
Yes, we saw mention of
If
this
I
on your
can
report.
hang up on like that'll be like my shtick.
Ascension machine.
This game.
A true
I just hang up
artificial
on the
intelligence.
council every
This news
time
is
I
quite
can.
alarming, if it turns out to be accurate.
It is accurate.
Sovereign's a Reaper. Saren admitted it.
He's playing you, Shepard. Saren still has contacts on the Citadel. He probably saw your earlier reports. The ones talking about your vision and the Reapers.
It's highly possible Saren is using false information to throw you off balance. Our own intelligence has never turned up any corroborating information.
Later, losers.
Looks like we lost the signal, Joker.
Understood, Commander.
Later, losers. Alright. So this is where we're gonna end, so that way I can start off next time by talking to them and then starting the mission. Okay. Save. Oh, we saved twice. We saved twice. Oh wait, can I level everybody up from here? Squad? Oh no, it's literally just me. Okay. But yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll do it. That's where I will start. Okay. Okay. Wednesday, it will just be me. No Envoy. Envoy has a visitor. So for the next couple of weeks, it'll be no Envoy. Mock with the early crew, literally as I'm ending. Mock, good to see you, my buddy. Stream already over. It's been 4 hours. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. What play then? Probably this. I was lurking. How many people do we have? Should we raid out tonight? I haven't been raiding lately because I haven't really been feeling it, but we'll see. 14? Okay, we'll raid out. Nobody leave! Nobody leave, you shit fucks. Don't leave so I can raid out. No, don't clip stuff like that. Don't clip stuff like that. Been here since 9:40. Mock, you're a real one. I appreciate you. Let's see. Would you like... Holy shit, everyone's got their stream togethers on. Okay. We can go to some Dark Souls. Or we can go to Fortnite. Actually, no, let's go to Dark Souls. Because I feel like I just raided Strat recently. Okay. Let's see. All right, we're gonna raid. I probably am saying this wrong, and I'm such an asshole. We're raiding Chioni Lu, who is a member of my stream team, the Firekeepers. I have only hung out in their stream a little bit. But yeah, let's go hang out with Chioni Lu, who is playing some Dark Souls 3. So remember to use the hold on, CHI when I LOUX. It's so hard to type. CHIONI. Okay. Yes, did I do it right? Okay. Don't forget to please use the Firekeepers raid message. Just ignore Frosty Tools, ignore all of that. And I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Probably more of this. Thank you for hanging out, guys. I appreciate you. Bye.